Hello. Hi, hi. I'm gonna disregard the timer again. Hi, hope you are doing good. Welcome. Hi, Bread Talk. Hi, Dragon Colony. Hi, Evie. Welcome. I did drink water. Oh my god. I have it. I cannot believe I have a good news. Well, kind of a good news, I would say. I'm sorry, give me a second. Although I feel at the verge of being sick, but let's hope I don't get sick, right? I'm gonna be hitting balls tonight, and hopefully that will make everything feel better after. But that is besides the point, right? Oh, Steampunk Barracuda? That's really... Oh my god. Hi! And thank you for the 90 stream streak, holy shit. Thank you, Red Talk. Warframe? Ooh, how was Warframe? Hi. Welcome. Hi, Zen. I'm at my fish frame rate, yeah? Oh no. Thank you. I just arrived. Oh my goodness. I wanted to share a little bit of a good news. I haven't had a good news in a long time. I'm glad. Well, I would say it's a little bit in between, right? But in a sense, it's a good news. But before anything, welcome in Raiders from Steampunk Barracuda. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. I'm Tiara. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits, and I do art sometimes. Welcome. How are you doing? I'm doing pretty okay. A little bit tired from this morning, but for good reason. And anyways, if you need any like post-stream care, right? And get some rest, get some food, get some drink. Very important. Thanks again for the raid. Thank you. We love good news. We definitely love good news. Yeah. I can actually hang out at the old time zone this time since I'm off work today. Warframe may stay up too late with the new update. Oh, that's why there's so many people has been playing Warframe. Like even if I open up Steam right now. Oh, there's four people in my friends list that's playing Warframe, which is a lot to be honest, so yeah, that explains it. Play Warframe? Maybe. Warframe just doesn't really have dragons in them. I'm sad. I want dragon. I was playing Path of Exile, but I installed it because there's no dragons in there, and it's like... Your dragoning game right now? Is it like the armor thingy that makes you look like a dragon? I hope I don't need to spend money to get that thing. I'll consider it. How big is Warframe? 52 gigs? I can download it. Okay, good. Screenshot your dragon. 52 gigs is okay, I think. You're a fish in Warframe? A fish is pretty cool. I like fish too. Fish is kind of scaly. I like scaly. Thanks for the like, Sorrel. A cutie cop. Oh my god. Thank you, Sorrel. Fish aren't real. I I just had fish fillet. Well, fried fish fillet. The store-bought one. Those are great. Never had one. Tell me otherwise. That's skill issue right there, Zeus. Can some disintegrate? Oh no. Wait, no. Fish aren't real, but Barracuda is real. You don't need to disintegrate. No. No disintegrating when we just met. Yeah, Anyways, hope you are doing good, right? So this morning I went to non-consensual fishing. Look, fishing is great. It's okay. We're gonna fish out the secret thing, which I haven't fished up yet. Right. I went to bank this morning. So the car that we bought, so we sold hi 09. We sold our previous car because it was very fuel consuming and the upkeep was very high, so we sold that one, albeit at a very low rate, which is understandable because the car is already like 15 years old. I got Torku, oh my god. So we sold that one, and then the new one we bought, which is we asked the local like Perodua. We bought like a Perodua car, which is like a very more fuel efficient, and because it's local, it's made in Malaysia, so the upkeep is not very high, and the fuel consumption is not as high as the previous car that we had, right? So in the long run, it's gonna help a lot with the costs, right? But currently, it's going to be a little bit of a tough time to pay off the loans and everything, right? So we got the loan and we got the exact amount now. So each month will be 422 for 7 years. So it's not too much, but at the same time it is an extra funds, right? That's why I say like the good news is like it's gonna like the in between, right? The in between, right? The good news is that in the long run it's gonna be really good for the cost and everything, right? The upkeep is not gonna cost a lot. The current situation is that I need to pay off more loans, right? Extra. So I would say it's still the in between, right? Because the road tax and everything, the insurance, it costs like divide by 3, I think. If I Yeah, about divide by 3. The previous car was just too much. It's too costly. Show my dragon plushie spawn. Okay, let me look at it. I wanna look at dragon. Oh wait, before I forgot, I'm just gonna do this real quick. Boom. I haven't been doing this for a long time. I'm just gonna do it on Discord. Boom. Okay, there we go. Here. So yeah, that's the good and bad news, I would say. It's an in-between news. I think the good news outweighs the bad. I guess that's kind of dragon, yeah. Very armor-y, you know. Very armor-y, but the color is so good. It's purple. Oh, you can customize the color, I assume. Yeah, you definitely can customize the color. The side views? Okay, it's very important. I need the side view. Every picture is important when it comes to dragon, alright? Not peanuts. Yeah, it's just like a very armory dragon. I guess that doesn't look too bad. Yeah. Good buns under my tail, but not screenshotting that. Oh. And sad cobalt noises. Eh? No buns for the bold. I cannot believe it. Alright. Yeah, that doesn't look too bad. How much grinding does it take to get something close to that? I assume it's probably going to be like months on then? Question mark? I'm not familiar with like how Warframe works. I never played Warframes. I never played Warframe before. I have the game here. I installed it back then, but I never played it, so I uninstalled it. I never replayed it, so I don't know. I share my buns. Oh, whoa. And the lake? Wow. Since everyone is a biomechanical armor, my dragon is also very armored and gnarly looking. That's fair. I mean, it is like a sci-fi looking game, right? It's like MHWorld too. I hope he's doing well. I mean, I think he's doing pretty well since I recently just got gifted by him the Mina the Hollower, right? The game came out while my internet was still out, and then when I opened up my Steam, the first thing I saw is like, "Whoa, gifted you a game," and they say, "Have mouse game stinky cobalt." He said, "It's like okay, wow." So yeah, I think he's doing well, but I do miss him a lot. I'll think about Warframe. I'll think about Warframe. I'll think about it. I'll think about it. There's like 2 games I'm thinking about, right? Try Wawa, bestie. Wawa. I'll think about the Wawa. I'm gonna go have lunch now. Okay, have a good lunch. Thank you, then. I'll think about Wawa. I've been thinking about Deadlock and Wawa. Maybe a little bit less Deadlock now because Deadlock is like PvP oriented, like just solely PvP, and I'm not a big fan of PvP games, but Deadlock has some really nice mods. Yeah, mods. That makes the game looks really cool. Yeah. I'll think about it. I don't know. For now though, I just want to hunt some monsters while also simp on them because why not, right? I made MRE for lunch because I'm extra broke this month. Hmm? Oh, isn't MRE like military food? I learned that from Project Silverfish. I I thought dry ration cubes. I always thought they cost more than just instant food. I might be entirely wrong since I never really have them before, so I cannot really make a comparison. I just heard about the things from Markiplier. I don't know if you guys like saw Markiplier's video about like MREs from different places. But he does have a video about that, and I thought it costs more, but I might be entirely wrong. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just gonna close this, and I'm just gonna open up Monster Hunter World. And I'm gonna go here. All right, we love Monster Hunter. I wish there's like a monster data game. You know, I can date. Ooh, I can date monster. Oh, oh my god, Bird Talk. Oh wait, you guys cannot hear that. I think that's the. Oh. Oh my god, thank you, Bird Talk. Oh my god. Oh shit. I'm gonna go look at it. I'm gonna go look at it. Oh, oh my god, thank you, Berto. Holy shit. No, thank you. That helped so fucking much. Because of the currency exchange, but don't tell anyone about that. See, I really mean it when I say like even just $1 help a lot, right? Because of the currency exchange. I mean it. It's real. Thank you. Oh my god. Oh my god, wait, that could actually cover the bill that I... Yeah, that could cover the bills. Holy shit, thank you. Well, cover some of the bills. Not entirely, but a lot. Thank you. Oh yeah, we had the new armor. Oh yeah, this one. Got him.
Yeah.
Oh, I already did it. Oh, the music is different because the captain is here.
Ooh.
The Capitan is here. We bought all the down pods. We have 8 down pods, another 8 down pod, and another 8 down pod. I don't know why they sell so much down pods, but okay. Have a good lurk, Bright Talk. Thank you. Lurking always helps a lot. Alright, so we fought the shittiest quest of all time yesterday. We fought against Zora. It was a snooze fest. It was a snooze fest, I cannot believe it. Alright, I need to depart on an expedition. I guess I'm departing on an expedition. No meatless behavior? Really? Alright, meatless behavior it is. Still the best meal prep in Monster Hunter series. Hands down. This one, and then the next one is the Grandmama Kitty. The best meal prep. I probably should upgrade some of my armor, no? No, I shouldn't be using my armor sphere, it's fine. I'm strong enough, I can go against... Yeah, I went against Diablos and it's totally fine. The snuggle, heck yeah. Gosh, I honestly love World so fucking much. It's so good. Expedition. The forested area of the Wild Spire? Isn't that usually where Radiant is? Oh yeah, I don't know if it's real, but... You have a horn, right? If I do... this, it's gonna drop? Or maybe I have to aim for the head. I think that's how you get horns. Or was it with Capture Nut? I don't remember. Oh no. Like, guaranteed horn, I know. Wait, is it not? Or is it only with stone? Shit, I don't remember. It's probably not with Slinger Torch. I feel like Slinger Torch does too much damage. Oh, I was too... Oh, Grimal Cane? Okay, this time I know how to, like... search for them, right? Like, this? So Grimal Cane is like local kitty population. Right, let's do the Grimal Cane thingy. can capture this, right? Yeah. And I can capture the parrot. They are considered endemic life. Yeah. Like even these birds. Oh. I love how they just mentioned investigate the wildspire waste and does nothing. It's fine, right? Because it is just investigating the map. You can sort of just do whatever you want. But then after a while, I believe the handler would just tell you straight up where to go. I think. Where's the doodle? Oh. Don't you hate when you're just investigating and then wham! A red herring hits you in the face? Red herring? Isn't that a fish? Hi, Brian. Oh my god, where is this bug going to? Carpdium? What's a carpdium? Isn't carp like a fish? Horrible fish puns? Oh, carp diem. Carp diem is a word? Oh my god, I didn't even know. Oh shit. I'm too stupid to know. Yikes. Oh. The first time I got a Dragonbone relic. Hi, Frankie. Oh my god, dragon. Another one? Oh, that's crazy. Did you see that Time Splitters PC port finally got released in early alpha? No, I don't know what Time Splitter is. It's probably a very hype thing I just don't know about. Oh no. Hi, Akko. Welcome. You like it probably, maybe? I watched Lego just... I watched Lego just talking about Time Splitters with friend. Oh. Hi, Mama Dragon. Morning, Akko. Hi, Selig. Old console shooter for the folks who did GoldenEye 64 and Perfect Dark. Oh, was legit? Oh, oops. I should drink. It's okay, Mama Dragon. The keyboard's too small. I get it. They left Rare and made Time Splitters on PS2 as a major console-based multiplayer FPS. It's also funny as hell. Ooh. Basically PS2 Halo. Ooh. It's a funny haha little game. Oh my god. Where's the footprint? Oh my god, I cannot find the footprint. The story is fucking hilarious, but mostly only the third game. The first game barely has a story. Then went hunt on the humor in Future Perfect. Oh. It's a very subtle story that's not really important. Oh. Oh. Are we in high rank? I think we might be in high rank. Yeah, we are. Okay. The third game is an actual plot with cutscenes and characters and it's great. Ooh. So it's like the first time they went into the story based. The first time they got a story for their game and it's great. They all sold pretty well and went out of business for no reason. As one does. It's always so weird when that happens. I don't get it. A game does well, flops for some reason. Oh, that's why I can find the Dragonborn relic. Because we're in high rank now. You know what we call them in Malay? We call them cicak. C-I-C-A-K. Cicak. They're called lizard. And then you know what's even scarier? In Malaysia, I believe it's in Malaysia, we have with like a Sentai hero named Cicak Man, and that never really prospered. It was just cringe. Producers shut down production of the fourth game and never let them start it again. Eventually money just ran out to tell the full story. But the trilogy makes a complete series? Ah, I see. That's weird. Why would they just like straight up shut down the thing? Oh, it's a camp. Oh, hi. Protectors? Yeah. The others still aren't back yet. I must go look for them. Hi there. We are from Research Commission. Did something happen here? Research Commission? Oh, the one who lived in that strange house. The other protectors and I were coming back to this hideout, but on the way back a bear charged us. The other panicked and we got separated. I hear you people are good hunters. Will you help bring my 3 friends back here? We'll consider it a privilege. But they may not trust outsiders if they see you coming. Use your capture net to catch them before they run. Just be gentle. Oh, once you find all 3, bring them here. Please help my people. Oh my god, kitty. Some fans got together and spent like a decade and a half making a complete PC remake for the trilogy, and the public alpha just got released in the release in the last week. Oh, it's only the first game so far with some multiplayer content from 2 and a little 3. Oh, it's only free and has online support. Oh my god, free and online support? Crazy. Why are they made of money? But that is seriously impressive though. I always like, I always feel like when people can create games that has like a good amount of support and it's like, and it's free, it's like, it's free? That always sounds crazy to me. More power to them. Amazing. 9% looking this out, cause hell yes. There's a fucking incredible amount of content for a free game. Yeah. I mean, heckin' amazing, right? Oh, it's Diablo. Oh wait, it's high rank Diablo. I guess it's best not to mess with it. Is it high rank? I mean, I'm in high rank map now. But I don't see a red mining outcrop. I don't know. Maybe it's not high rank yet? What did I get here? Nova Crystal? Nova Crystal feels like high rank. Oh, new thing. Wild fruit. Precious fruit from the wild spire waste, not for the faint of heart. Why? Yeah, we have Carbolite. This is high rank. And light crystal is a normal rock now? Yeah, it's best not to mess with that Diabolos then. Barif is fine, I think? It's worth noting that... Fuck. The campaign from the first one is basically a loose collection of random levels that have no connection to each other whatsoever besides one particular mechanic. No consistent characters or cutscenes or anything, just plop you into place. Here's the objective. Oh, hi Chip. Oh my god, hi Chip. Hope you're doing good. One little story exists, acts as an excuse to have a unique gameplay premise. Have a lurk before I go to work. Okay, good luck with work, Chip. Thanks for the lurk. Anyway, gonna lurk just happened to come in at that comment. Yay! Have a good luck too, Mama Dragon. Thank you. I'm just exploring here. Oh, I think that's the kitty. I don't know if they're gonna run immediately. Hi. Oh. Weird. Is it you that did the capture? Oh no, okay. Also get that die? I will. Basically, each level takes place in a different year with a new protagonist. You're an archaeologist in an Egyptian tomb in the early 1900s. You're a cop in Hong Kong in the 70s. You're a spy in the cyberpunk future of 2005, etc. How crazy it is when 2005 is the future back then. Sometimes it's scary to think about, like, games used to say like in the year 20 something something the future, and then everything is like robotic, everything is cyborg, right? Like very, very high tech everything. And then look at us now, 2026, no flying cars yet. Oh, hey, it's the cactus. I think cactus is also endemic, like. Yeah, it is. Never seen their life this bored? Another world? Yeah. Oh, they have Gachalaka here. Oh my god. That's the camp. The basic plot is that humanity is under attack by an alien race known as the Time Splitters. They travel through time and cause shenanigans to defeat the enemies. So you're a random Joe in each time period doing their cool action shit when the Time Splitters attack in the middle of the level. That's pretty much it. That's a good that's a simple and effective premise. It works, right? If it works, it works. Simple but effective. You have an antagonist, you have an enemy, you have a gun, shoot, right? Do your thing. I don't know how careful I can get. I cannot get careful when that thing just keeps looking my way, you know what I mean? Wait. Okay, gun. I'm actually a kidnapper, what the heck? In-game, in-game. It's literally just an excuse to get unique weapons from multiple time periods and regions packed into a single game. There's a fuck ton of characters. I told my nieces this was my Fortnite when I was a kid. This is the Fortnite of before. And we're back at the camp. Also, the first game's campaign is hard as fucking shit. Oh no. You have to be on your toes because it doesn't take anything easy on you. Ooh. It's like you have to be the ultimate gamer. What is that? Climbing joy perch. I actually don't know where I'm trying to go, actually. No checkpoints in the entire level. Extremely twitchy AI. Turn the corner and go blast in the face with a shotgun. Oh no. They have wall hacks too. I don't remember anything about time splitters. One hit kill from full health. Yikes. There might be another one. Oh wait, no, these are the... Oh, I was too loud. I never played any but the third game on Xbox as a kid, and I loved it. I played it for one specific reason. They had a built-in level editor, a very limited one, and I just built levels to play for myself. The level editor is a planned edition. Ooh. I can never mess around in level editor. I feel like I don't have the brain capacity to make a level. It feels very difficult. I feel like super rare for trilogies. Rare in general, I would say, level editor. Oh. The fish don't like me. I got raided by a barracuda though. Really excited for the updates to add 2 and 3 because the series literally got better with each game, which I feel like is super rare for trilogies. The only trilogy that I played was Spyro trilogy. Spyro Reunited trilogy. The first one is a fucking banger. The second one, alright. The third one, alright. I mean, the first one is a banger because the first one has a lot of dragons in them. Alright? I'm just gonna be real here. I'm gonna be real here. Like, every dragon design is different. Every dragon has their own personality. You save them, you save them, they say different stuff to you. Right? It tells a little bit of story as well. And then the second and the third game is just like, you save eggs. They're literally just the same model recolored. They don't provide anything like... It's just like, Cuckoo Gaga, you saved me. I mean, sure, they do cute stuff, but even those are like reused animations. You cannot say that I'm wrong here, right? They are reused animations. And the third one... Wait, the third one is eggs, right? What's the second one again? Everybody says 2 is the best. The gameplay wise, I guess. One will always be my favorite because of all the dragon designs. Right mouse kill. Right mouse kill. Right mouse kill. Bright mouse kill. God damn it. Then bright mouse doesn't kill. Hey, it's free vest, boy. I guess to me that's how memorable 2 is. I don't even remember what we save in 2. Orbs? Orbs? Where? Yeah, for some reason to go to sleep. EP is good. EP very important. I'm here. I don't know what I'm doing, honestly. Oh, we're trying to find the protectors. Can I capture Wedge Beetle? No. Love you too, Brian. Thanks for leaving Yammer. You should check out that game. I'll save the trend and DM for Discord. Thank you. I will look at it after. Thank you. Have a good rest. Have a good EP. Oh yeah, didn't they say I need to check out the foresty area? I literally forgot. I know where that is. Also, best part, they have an agreement with the IP holders. As long as they don't make a profit, they can use all the content from the games they want. No chance of a season. Hey, okay, that's actually amazing. So that's also the reason why the game has to be free, which is very understandable. But also with no threatening of cease and desist from the original IP holder is like the best. Heck yeah, amazing. There should be like a rare catch for the cactus. I already got the rare catch of... Oh, there we go. Heck yeah, kingly cactus. I assume these are also like new food ingredients. That's why I'm getting them. Good night, Ryan. Night, night. Have good EP. Dragonite. Question mark Radiant? Oh!
リオレイヤーの痕跡ですよ。
Oh, it's pink Radiant!
これ本当にリオレイヤーの痕跡ですかね。
I forgot that's a thing.
あれ、この痕跡は確か。
Oh, you two can duke it out, it's fine. Don't
やっ
mind
ぱり
me.
つけっけ。それになんだか様子が変ですね。相棒、つけっけを狩猟しましょう。この異変を調査しなくては。
Huh, okay.
気をつけて。
That's extremely risky. Yeah, because of that. Nice, we take those. It's going pretty well. Oh, I have earplug. That was way too early. Shock trap? They kinda hurt. We have extended health recovery. Nice. Oh, another one. Hunting horn is great. Look at this. Yeah, let's hunt at Radiant first. Why are you running so far? Oh, he dodged that. Oh, holy, that tiny, that tiny hit did so much. I'm doing it again. I'm the best. I'm the coolest. Nice. Ooh. Extended recovery is too good. Oh, capture? Chat, hunting horn is too good, right? Hunting horn actually is too good. I mean, if you know the monster's moveset and then you can dodge properly with that little movement, it's like, dang, it's so satisfying. This is what I mean by like, there's no OP moveset here, just some strong moves and some okay moves, you know what I mean? It's all in the attacking and positioning. Are they the one that need to capture? No. They should run away there. Was I in a different place? Let's go capture that Raytheon. Got him. And now we hunt the Puke. Need to get the traps and stuff. Gonna bring herbal medicine as well. This is high rank stuff, I think. Right, here we go. Oh, we have stones now. Let me try again. I think it is with stones. I'm sorry. I'm gonna do this to you, I'm sorry. It is with stones, okay. So with stones, you aim at the horn and then you shoot them. They're gonna. It's like a guaranteed drop. You don't have a horn. I'm sorry. Oh, I can capture fish like that? I don't even need to go fishing anymore. I can just use capture net. I guess they also did something really good with the environment too, right? Because I don't feel bored at all just like exploring the place. There's so many things to do, so many things to look at. Like I can focus on the hunt if I want to focus on the hunt. I can focus on something else. And it doesn't, there's never like a barren area. If it is, it's only like a small area. Every place has their own thing that supports the environment, which I think is really cool. I can see why now that I can spend so many hours on this game rather than the other Monster Hunter games. Hi, how you doing? Oh, cool. Tsuyoi. It's not as Tsuyoi. It's fine. Oh. Enough time? Nice! Oh, I fished myself. I'm just gonna do this. Oh, that was instant. The more I play Hunting Horn, the more I love Hunting Horn. Oh my goodness. There's just something about Hunting Horn that hits. They're so satisfying, holy shit. And then I do good hits and then I can buff myself as well? Holy shit. I'm doing it again. Give me your head. Double. That boy. I'll drink this one. Can I maybe? Enough time, hopefully? Ah, shit. I shouldn't have done that. Ah, traps are so expensive this early game. Alright, let's go capture that thing. Oh. I didn't even realize I ran out of stamina. Second Radiant? Do we hunt the second Radiant? For funsies? Question mark Radiant? Oh yeah, it's the right. Is it different Radiant? Didn't I level up the... I'm so confused. Is there like 3 Radiants in the map? Is there 3 Radiants? No way. No, no, I don't think so. No, 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 no. Chat, I wanna fight this Radiant again. Right, I'm ready. Let's fight them. Hey, how you doing? Oh shit. Oh, whoa. Okay, that kind of hurt. Oh my god, it's a Gachadaka. I hate them. Ooh, nice. Okay, 2 rolls is fine. Oh, hi, Mead. Mead friend, welcome. Are you awake? Hope Mead is doing good. Morning. Oh, that was way too close. Slowly waking up. Heck yeah. Hope you had a nice evening. Another one. Another Poke. Wait, where's the Poke? It's like one here. Oh, I'm dead. Yeah. That's the risk of like doing performance as like the first hit. When I do that and then they scream like that, it's death. It's okay. No fort heavy? I only slept for like 5 hours before the seagulls started going nuts. Oh no. Aren't seagulls like extremely loud? I'm sorry for that. Oh no. The bird, they're loud? Oh no. Yikes. I should probably get a max potion for this. I'm just gonna get one shot again if I don't have like Yi. %65% cobalt today? Dang, that's pretty cobalt. Sitting on top of your building and all buildings around you? Oh yeah, that is some unfortunate situation. Alright, run it back. I need that radiant materials. For no reason. Well, for some reason, I guess. So that I could make some radiant things? Oh no. Get down. Even more so now the young are hatching and they're being defensive parents. The mock diving against people that get too close to the... Oh no. Wait, that sounds so scary though. Like they dive at you but never really do anything. But still. What a menace. It's a bit uncomfortable. They're a menace. They're just protecting their kids. That is very true, yeah. They are just protecting their kids. Did she fly back? Oh my gosh, she flew back. I'm gonna cry. There's just one thing about Radiant is that Radiant roams around so quickly, it's insane. Like, see? Like, gosh diggity dang. Radiant just flies around non-stop. What is the Radiant doing? They killed me once and they'd be like, let's fly back and forth 10 times in a row. Too early. This is gonna be a scary area to fight against. Why are you doing everything that's instant? Oh my god, you're just doing instant moves now. Are you finally tired? Huh, this is a very weird Radiant. I guess she just wants to eat. Oh, I got lucky. That could have been catastrophic. Instant. The classic triple charge. Oh, he broke the wing, I think. Yeah. The thing is that the chicks are trying to learn to look for food and fly on their own, which means they spend a lot of time down on the ground, and sometimes when you're walking around you might not know there's a little bird on the other side of the hedge or something, and the parents start to scream and dive at you, but yeah, they're just being good parents. Yeah. It's scary, but they're just being good parents. Definitely. I can respect being a good parent. I should know. With someone being a extremely horrendous parent at home currently. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Don't mind me. Oh, I'm gonna get sniped. Oh no! It hurt though. Oh, oh, she hurt too. Okay. Alright, it's time to run very far just to capture her again. Wait, there might be... What if there's like a protector here? Guess not. Got free honey though. Got him. I learned the hard way. You're gonna aim higher with the capture net. Oh yeah, there is a nearby one. Yeah. Okay, we should continue with the story after capturing this Radiant. I had a feeling. Don't ask me why. I was like, the Radiant is waking up. Because it's been too long. And I feel like the Radiant might be leaving soon. But that one, I don't know. I play so much Monster Hunter World that I always have a hunch of what they're trying to do. And they turn out to be right. Alright, let's return for expedition. It's gonna be a lot of stuff here. Nice. We're gonna get so many materials. Excuse me, 2 plates, 1 gem. Easy. 2 plates, 1 bird wyvern gem. Easy. Love this game. Amazing. Yeah, kingly cactus and wild fruit.
一同揃っている。これより緊急作戦会議を開始する。古流調査の一段落もつかの間、調査班より気になる報告があった。
このところハンターたちから見慣れたモンスターが思いがけない場所にいるという報告が多数上がってきているんだ。
Older and more powerful monster.
調査中に大怪我を負って帰還する例も増えている。彼らによると対峙したモンスターは従来のものをはるかに上回る強さだったらしい。それともう一つ、これはゴキ団から報告してもらおう。
先日大有塚の荒れ地で不思議な痕跡を見つけました。リオレイヤのものと思われるのですが、そうとも言い切れず、大きさ、特徴、いずれを照らし合わせてもリオレイヤと微妙に符合しないんです。
強靭なモンスターの出現といい、不思議な痕跡の存在といい。
The Zora explosion is too much. I love explosions.
総司令、どうします？
よし。取り急ぎこの現象の調査を行うぞ。我々が行うべきことは2つだ。1つは各地に赴き、強靭なモンスターを調査するこ
Our
と。
best teams to each area? I wonder who that best team is. Wow.
今一つは
Wow.
ゴキ団が見たという痕跡を集めることだ。強靭なモンスターを調査しながら、この痕跡の有無に目を光らせてくれ。
わかりました。探して集めます。
いいな。 勝手の違いを侮るな。見慣れた相手でも油断は禁物だ。以上、解散。
Kaison. Searching for radiant tracks. Accept high rank expeditions and optional quests to gather radiant tracks to discover true nature of this enigmatic monster. So only higher rank. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. Yay. We're higher rank now. Across the continent? So any map is possible? Oh shit, I'm out of...
Yeah.
I need Thunderbug. Or maybe I can use Pitfall Trap to capture monsters for now. I don't think I have enough. Yeah, I don't have a lot of Trap 2. Well, not Trap 2, but Thunderbug. It's okay, we're gonna use this. For now anyway. I need to update my Astra Jockey. That should be good enough. Okay. I want to see if there's any like new hunting horn that I can make. I'm honestly so glad that I got back into Monster Hunter World. I mean, starting a new save file is also not bad, honestly. With the new skippable cutscene mod, it's pretty nice. But I'm willing to look at some of the cutscenes again. Oh. Oh shit. Oh yeah, there's alpha and beta now. Oh. Oh, there is Zora armor. Level 3 blast attack from these two? For Teffy? Zora Magdaros Ridge. I'm never going back to Zora fight. No. No. I could make a full diver set just for the defense. 46 is pretty high. Ridge. So I can only make the head and this. Head or this? Handicraft blast attack. Level 2 blast attack. I don't have blast element. This one is defense, crit, marathon runner, hunger resistance, quick sheath, aquatic polar mobility. Yeah, why not? Let's make a full diver set just for the defense. I mean, I'm still like really early in the game, so I don't think I need to look at the skills too much. I'm broke. I'm almost broke. Help. Anything I can sell? Sell all trade in items. 1800. Oh no. Ash, oh my god. Hi, Kobo friend. Hi, Ash. Welcome. One plate for 2400. I'm not gonna sell plates. Oh, I have auto Garen plate? 2 Legiona plates? Oh shit. I forget if I said this, but I hope Ash is doing good. My brain, it doesn't work. Oh no. Kobo needs shiny. I think I should be able to make a full set out of these. Nice. And check for weapons as well. $672 damage. Blazing Horn. Oh, it's engine Fs. Aldumu? The Thunder Cry Horn. Black Steel Dragon Horn? That's a lot of Coral Crystal. Paralysis Tremor. Oh, it's the same as the Dragon Bone one. Weird. A Radiant Hunting Horn without healing healing effect is kind of weird. Gyros Fang. What do we do? There's so many quests. I guess maybe we can do some optional quest from high rank. Rotten Veil. Come to deliver. But, I mean... I have to do higher rank quests for the... That's a lot of optional quests. I'm gonna ignore those, it's fine. Slave 5 Mosswine? Mosswine put into arena? I didn't have the courage to tell them, but those Mosswine look pretty odd to me. Take a look. Oh. And where's this place? I may as well have some fun while I'm here. Special ticket reward. Special ticket? 54,000 money? Shit, I might need to do this once. I mean, it's just 5 moss wine. How hard could it be? Unless he has some special gimmick. There's gonna be some special gimmick because it's 54,000 for 5 moss wines. Why? I'm bringing Mega Potion, I'm scared. I'm bringing herb and also honey. Astra Jerky. I'm going full... yeah, I'm going full try-hard mode for this one. We don't need... we might need Max Potion. Right, here we go. I don't know what's gonna happen. But I'm scared. 54,000 for 5 moss wines. I mean, the kitty say it looks pretty odd, so... why is the music so... why is the moss wine that big? I'm dead. Nah, there's no way. Let me get ready first. Imagine if they one shot, you know what I mean? Yeah, they one shot. What the fuck? I can die 9 times. What the fuck do you mean? Max Potion is useless. Alright, let me bring Vitality Mantle. This is fine. The fuck you mean? I'm stuck. Fighting for my life here. Don't do it! Holy shit! Don't do— oh fuck! What is that phantom hitbox? Oh, I have Vitality Mental as well, chat. You know what's funny? Vitality Mental don't matter for shit. How much health do they have? Holy shit. I'm gonna die. How am I supposed to do— how is this 6 star? Hello? What do I do? Chat, what do I do? You only need this. Don't do that. Yeah, come here, come here, come here, come here. Oh, oh, oh. Fuck! How did they all whiff? Aren't you big as hell? What I do, chat? It's a one shot. There's not much I can do. Oh fuck! Fuck off! I cannot even do Superman knife because they're not a boss. And then they can turn 180. I wasted one ticket. How do I know this quest is like this? Now 4 of them is together. What is this? God damn it. No, my ticket. I should have expected this from a fucking 54,000 money quest. Oh my god, what the fuck? Why are you charging now? Ah, GG. God damn it. There's no way. Once I jump down, 2 of them looks at me. 1. 1 is very angry at me. Alright, it's charging. It's charging. Okay, 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 okay. Oh, fuck off! You can do 360? It's a fool's errand to keep going. They give the Kobo a regular sized kitchen utensil to fight with. The fucking pigs one shot infinite health. Thank goodness I didn't try to eat my max potion. Alright, what else can we do? Oh, we can check our investigations. 2 golden. I'm gonna remove the rest. Yeah. What do you call it when a plant gets a headshot? 360 no scope. I'm gonna cry. Hi Annie. Welcome. The 360 no scope is crazy. Four forgotten fossils. I assume I just need to go find the ancient fossils? Not necessarily like carrying them back to the camp. Because 4 is a lot if it's like a carrying quest. Also hope Annie is doing good. Well. And this never gets old. Right, here we go. I just woke up. Ooh, good heckin' early morning to you. Old strange rut? Oh no. I'm gonna get stunned. I'm gonna get paralyzed and everything. Brain still turning on and clicking into gear. Take it slow, it's fine. That looks like an Auto Garant footprint. I think we need Giro's Fang. Oh, that only killed 2. Oh, it's the Doko. I guess we can fight the doggo. Oh, the Great Heroes is here. Here comes the Mega Bonk. Boop, boop, boop. Oh. Oh. There's way too many. I'm dead. Wait, no. Wait, chill. Chill. Ayo. I did bring Astra Jerky, didn't I? Yeah. That works. Hey? Ooh. This is fine. Ooh. Are you finally tired now? Let me just heal you real quick. Okay. Me waking up and wondering why I hear kitty meows before remembering the palico. We left the palico. Oh yeah, I have Fatality Mental. Ayo. Too early, too early. High rank Odogaron feels very different. Feels like there's a lot more combos and stuff. But I got this. Let's deal with this Odogaron. And maybe Grey Gyros as well? Why not? Oh my god, I cannot aim at the fucking Odogaron. Nice jerky. I'm dead. Ah, yeah, I didn't think they would do that one. I can take any hit other than that one. Unfortunate. Let me... Yeah. Okay. I didn't think Odogaron's gonna be so hard to deal with hunting home. An extra kitty? Heck yeah. Oh, it's a caterer. Nice. Oh. That was one hit? I have to heal. If one hit causes that much damage, I have to heal. Another one. They already left. Oh, unfortunate. Although Garen left. It's not leave the locale soon, they already left. And a work in progress back for a piece of art. I feel so scummy asking for an edit. I mean, if you paid for that art, asking for an edit shouldn't be terrible. Yeah, I feel like it's fine. Like, it's a really good piece of art, but just one bit is the wrong color. Yeah. It's the detail that makes the whole piece, no? Maybe just British politeness. I get that. I would feel scared or like feel like crap for asking for an edit as well. Even though I myself never did that because I never really commissioned for art before. I only have commissioned one art, and they did it pretty nicely, so I didn't really need to like ask for an edit. Oh, double. Oh, hey. No wonder that sounded familiar. Oh no. It's the Beetlejuice! Oh my god! I'm dead! Think of the fatality mental. Can you stop? Comes and runs. Boop. Roar a few times. Boop. What? 100% need more art of the good theory. I would get more art, but it will be in the far future. For me to be able to even commission art, I think. I say far future because I recently got a new loan that I need to pay off, but a good one anyway. Uh-oh. Everything hurts, man. Uh-oh. They can snipe. Oh my god, GG! Oh my god. Also, hi Jameson. I forgot to say that I was in the middle of being bitten, and also Beetlejuice. Hope Jameson is doing good. Oh, I didn't realize. I would drink water. Nice. I'm hitting air. Oh, the Beetlejuice is back. Oh no, the roar is gonna kill me. Shut up. Can I kill with my current setup? My very shitty armor and stuff? I'm hidden! What do you mean? You don't know where I am. Yeah, that's right, dum dum. You wall hacked once, you can wall hack twice. You got VP, you got vac lived. Ugh, do I have to fight you? At least let me capture this one first. I'll die trying. Let's go. Mama didn't raise no bitch. Here we go. Actually, let me get this. There might be like a new food ingredient here. Or not. Alright, we good. Imagine you're at the goodest spot in the center of an image and surrounded by hands, all of them petting her and giving her all the squishes. Did you know I have... Can I say this? I can say this, right? It's been proven I didn't believe it at first, but I praise King. It could be arranged. Oh my god. That's really bad. Ooh. That was a one shot. There was a very... Okay, you know what? I'm here to do the fossil quest. What am I doing? Okay, maybe I'm a bitch. All right, I cannot win against that thing right with my current set. I'm getting one shot left and right. All right, let's get back up and find fossils. Wait, no. You cannot threaten me with a good time. I'm gonna end stream right now. No, I'm joking, I'm joking. I'm not gonna end stream, this is too... like... I love being here. It's like... the best. Cannot believe there's a Beetlejuice. Moss wine? Moss wine actually gave me this fucking painful memory. Getting one shot by 5 moss wines? Dang. There's no threat, it's a promise. Oh no. Where even is the fossil? It's the guarantee. Oh my god. Oh gosh, excited bolt noises. Hi, Cobalt Gold. Welcome. I'm just gonna do this real quick. How was Deadlock? I think I saw you play for a little bit before I started my own stream. Hope Deadlock was fun. Still haven't had the courage to play it, but maybe someday. Maybe. Hope stream went well. Also welcome in everyone from the raid. I'm Tiora. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits, and I do art sometimes. Welcome. Oh, there it is. Oh, from 1. Holy shit, okay. Apparently one ancient fossil is all it takes. Ba, 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 ba. As a gold cobalt, or go for cobalt gold? Are you following? Heck yeah! Ranked up 6 times and even entered a new rank. Oh! I was like, I couldn't read that. My monitor is too small. But heck yeah, I'm glad. What?
相棒、不 思議な痕跡を探しましょう。
Well,
あちこち行ってみるんです。
also, if you need any
探索とか
post-stream care,
フリークエストとか。
and get some rest, get some food, get some drink. Very important. We love post-stream care around here. It's very important. Thanks again for the raid. I'll be doing a lot more like chill, me doing whatever streams for a long time here. Lots of things that needs to be paid off and I need to like relax. Be a rebel? Don't rest, don't hydrate, eat chocolate? Well, yes, no, yes. Yes, no, yes. Chocolate is great. I just couldn't eat too much because of my bodily condition. I can escape this one. There we go. I guess we can just bully Great Gyros. We have 50 minutes. One gold. Till I can rebel? But he's actually, oh my god. Every time I see that, it's just ooh. I'm getting weird, Chan. Oh my god. I need to chill. It just gets me excited every time. Like back then I didn't even believe that's a thing, but now, yeah. It is a thing. Special investigations? Oh. And this cobalt rebels, oh my god. $8K money for this? These are all low rank stuff though. Feeling weird, Chan is getting excited. You know, I did say that, Capture Great Gyros. So with this I can capture and then I don't even need to bring my own like capturing thing. We can just put this in. Oh my god, it's a hot drop. Got him. Can you not? Can you whiff? Thank you very much. Oh. I think it's just up EP, no? No, you're not EP. Oh my god, that was satisfying. That was so good, actually. Yike, what a snipe. Thanks, kitty. I'm doing it. I'm stupid. Oh my god, kitty is so good. And now I'm doing it. Oh my god, you and your snipes. I realize all of your moves doesn't have recovery at all. I have to stun you. Like that. And they're gone. No! Not like this. Hey hey. Oh, second stun. Let's go. How funny would it be if it dies here? Well, it's not limping, so I don't know. If we can stun them, it's easy for a kobold who's stunningly cute and precious to just smash with an adorable smile. Oh my god. And kobold is forever smiling. I love great Kyros. Oh. Glues on stun resistance before grabbing the kobold. No, I don't need stun resistance. Okay, maybe I need them, but it's fine. I see your smile would stun me, but I couldn't stun wrist so I wouldn't get stunned. Oh, heck yeah. And stun resistance and good against Kobold. Oh, here they come. Oh, whoa. Nah. Whoa. I got hit too many times. It feels so weird, but I feel so needy these days. Nice. I almost forgot it's a capture quest. I got hot dropped. Of course I got hot dropped. I realized why I got hot dropped because I didn't bring any traps and stuff. I can only tease so much, but I first want to throw on it. Yay. It's okay. You know what? Sometimes I don't think when I speak that's warranted. It's fine. Sometimes you know that feeling when words come out of your mouth before it filters through your brain. Yeah, something like that.
例の痕跡もだいぶ集まったので、一度生態研究所に報告しませんか?
It's the triple king. When one can't swallow your mouth before the brain. I know a few ways to help with that. Might be hard to move for a bit though. Hmm? Am I getting squares because I cannot move? I think we got through the first threshold, but we can still find more. I kind of want to sip on some dragons. I kind of want to maybe play my the beak account, and then look at some hot dragons. Nah, I don't wanna. Or maybe afterwards, I don't know. Not now anyway. Hi, Caris. Sure, we go with that and say my original teasing intent once. I really don't get it though. My favorite Monster Hunter of the series? Yeah, I mean, World is great. I'm here, look at me, I'm Hot Dragon. Dragon good. I'm looking at Dragon always. Get Doot on. Also hope you're doing good, Karis. Is there more? Watch out, there's a car coming your way? But looking at Dragon. Looking at Dragon. Okay, now's the chance. Oh, they all ran away when I captured their boss. Oh, that makes a lot of sense actually. Whee. Hunting horn's so good. Unity with the Grimmel kind has increased Ivy Trap? Have you been? I've been pretty okay, yeah. Had an okay news this morning. Alright, it's been a long time since I had like a good leaning news. It feels nice. Oh, are we fighting Anjanath now? Shit. Bad Cowboy was supposed to kill, not cap. I don't want to lose, I'm supposed to cap. Why is the time limited after defeating a monster? Like, what's the issue? There's no else to fight back? No timer needed? The monster fights back? No, we captured them. We tamed them. Oh, I can upgrade. But the melody is so bad. That's why I don't use the dragon horn. You'd have to capture a big dragon and tame him? I'd rather be the one that's being tamed by a dragon. Yeah. I need coral crystal. Valkyrie court maker. This one, that one, this one. From Oh, it's here. So, Radiant Spike, Radiant Scale, Radiant Shell. I don't have any of them? Theater summon Kirby to eat your food? Why? But my food. I can tame you, no, I don't know if you can handle it. Ooh, I don't know. I want to be tamed by a big dragon. Yeah. Mm. Ooh. Is Sarah talking? I don't hear her. No, my feedback shows something. She's talking and coming through. She is? Okay, okay. Thanks for confirming. Wanted to make sure as well. I guess we're fighting Anjanath. And the best meal prep. So after the talk I heard nothing, that was going crazy. Maybe my mic captured something outside, but there was no sound playing outside just now. There's no stinky car, there's no... I'm crazy with awful moments of sanity. Don't know. Alright, let's fight Engine F again. We love Engine F, it's fine. Oh, it's in Wildspire Waste. This one has honey? Okay. This is fine. Good news, 30k more I can redeem sculpture. Fuck, I should really do a sculpture. Oh, I need to. I feel terrible. I need like a dedicated day of doing art. I cannot just like keep doing this and not doing art. I already have like debt redeem. I have to follow through it. Yeah, I should be doing art like someday. Cannot just not do art. Maybe every Sunday? I don't think fighting Diablos now is a good idea. I just joined the other week and we've been already over 13k points. I do stream a lot, so that's understandable. Do we feel like it? I got 20k left to go. Yeah, see, that's the thing. The thing is, a lot of people already have like 150k, which is nice, right? That means there's a lot of lurkers going on, which is something that makes me very happy. But at the same time, I need to like give back. I can fight Barov. If I don't chat, I try to lurk and support. Yeah, and honestly, that means a lot, right? Lurking helps. And if you fancy helping even more for sure, then if you redeem that lurk but high redeem to like count, I believe that makes you count as like a legit viewer. So if you do that while lurking, that means even more. But of course I'm not gonna force people to be like, redeem that, right? No, it's just like I'm telling you that helps. But if you don't want to do it, it's entirely up to you as well, so yeah. Lurking and pointing the biggest dragons your way. And what's funny is that ever since I become a kobold, I've met so many amazing dragons out there. Dragons, kobolds, right? Makes me feel very happy to be a kobold. It's nice. I think I'm getting a little pair of shrooms now. With tranquilizer ball, I'm gonna need a little sleep herb. Big dragon with tiny, cutest little kobold to hold in the big toothy maw. Gosh, staying in... Oh, hi. Man, guess I'm not fighting Barf. Right, here we go. Oh, okay. I love staying in dragon malls. Always makes me very happy. Like if I stay out late enough, I always have like a dragon mall that I can stay in. A certain streamer's mall. Always makes me very happy. Oh no, it's Kachalaka. Do you prefer wet mall or dry mall? Hmm? I thought it's just small. Whoa. One drools? I'm okay with that. That thing stays. Ooh, why does that hurt so much? This is fine. Nice. Get that head. I pressed wrong button. Ooh. This is speed. Do it again. Oh, it's a stun. This is a bad place to be in. Yeah, that's why. I don't like the Kachalaka. Guess I'm trying to break the legs as well. Somehow Engine F is not as painful, question mark? I mean, obviously after that Moss Wine fight, when I get one shot every time, and it's just kinda funny. I guess I can quest spam a little bit, why not? Oh. There we go. I guess they found something to eat. I'm actually kinda surprised Engine F's roll is just earplugs ass. Oh, very lingering. Give me that head. It feels like Hunting Horn is so much more fun the more I play Hunting Horn. I like it. dung beetle. Whoa. Yeah, that's a guaranteed hit if I wake up. Skills? Push mark? I'm being cornered. There we go, that's 2 leg breaks. Oh, there's a new dung beetle? I already kind of miss Ancient Force music. Maybe I can break the head here. Break the nose. Oh, okay, maybe not. Let's capture it. No. Oh my god, you're pushing me around. Unfortunate. Maybe? Okay. Nice and easy. Right. Bracky being cooked now? You're cooking Bracky? You're eating Bracky? Oh my god, I cannot believe it.
怪我はないんか。頼むで。
不思議な痕跡をまだまだ集めないといけませんね。相棒、
勉強するよ。
そういえば。
Just mall things? Gosh, I love mall. I mean, I couldn't really choose. I love malls and I love malls.
ごきげんよう。
Oh.
あら、ごきだんくん。
Coral Highlands. Oh. Nice. Leftover potatoes with onion mushrooms. Then when things are cooked, egg whites plus cheese. Gosh, cheese is always good. Oh. I think this is the biggest canteen upgrade, I think. Meat. My god, plus 50? The kitty is so cool though. You know what's better than cheese though? You, maybe not in the food, but still better than cheese. I'm gonna cry tears of joy. 10 gyros. I mean, yeah, why not? Let's do it. Maybe there's a Rado Barn here? I don't know. Looks like there's Great Gyros and Odogaron. Again. Let's not kill any small monsters for now. The real boss in this game, Head Cook Panico, who has tasted every meal and kept all the stat buffs. Oh no, why would you do that? Very delayed. was too late. On drink. That's not too bad. It's better than my first encounter of high rank Autogaren. Let's drink. Ah, it feels good. Thank you, Annie. Oh, what a weird behavior. Just gonna get some buff here. Pretty sure I'm gonna need earplugs here. Without earplugs, it's gonna be hard to fight against Odogaron. Because Odogaron has the unreactable roar. Nice. Nice. Good spin. Let's stay on the ground. Nice. Nice combo. If he rolls, just boop him in the throat so he can't. It's too deep inside, I couldn't reach. Uh-oh, not again. Can I do this? What? Do it. They refused. I'm not going there. No comment? Eh? I might have said something weird. Oops. I don't think I can fight Beetlejuice now. Beetlejuice might be a little bit too strong for me currently. Oh. Oh, that hits. Couldn't believe I dodged that. Limping? Don't go. Thank you. Now just one. No. Yay? Thanks for coming back. Although Garen heard me saying no. They always come back. They pull me back in. Hi, Chipmunk. Alright. Time to kill some gyros. Bop, 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 bop. Oh my god, there's so many. Oh. Oh no. It's just following me everywhere. There's something way bigger that's trying to kill you, Great Gyros. What are you doing? Get down here. I don't... I didn't die from one hit! Holy shit. You know, I don't think I can win against Speed of Juice, but I do it. Ow, 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 ow. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, damage! This poison guy, I didn't even notice. I think I am properly cooked. I think I'm royally cooked, chat. I forgot this poison here again. What am I doing? Oh, I survived that. Holy shit. Whoa! There's no chance to fight back. I heal 10 times, they one hit and then disregard my heal. Without speed eating, it's just like I don't like not having speed eating. They do the tiniest boop and then I'm dead. Oh my god, that was a lot. That was so fast. How did you even do that, do all that in 0.1 seconds? Hybrid. Man, of course they're both together. Hope Breen's doing good, and I hope Breen's stream went well. I think I saw you were streaming when I started my stream not too long ago. Well, a few hours ago actually. Why are you there? Shorter stream so I could give my sister to help her feel better. Aww. Well, I hope she feels better soon as well. Oh. Oh. Wow. 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 I got stuck in the corner. Jumping down. Thank you, kitty. I died there just now. Oh, nice. Now you're just spamming roar. Extended health recovery. We can keep that. There's so many instant moves that I cannot even react to. Hi again, Zen. Oh, it's the couple being together again. Wow, I feel I never been so annoyed fighting against a Great Gyros. Like, the Great Gyros just keeps being with Beetlejuice and I cannot do anything about it. It's like big brother, little brother moment. Oh. There was zero indication of that Beetlejuice coming. Oh, GG. I cannot even do a simple quest of slaying 10 gyros. I'm so mad. I'm so angry. I'm so angry I could just crush my no, I'm not gonna do that. I love my controller. I love my controller. I cannot do that. Well, the Great Gyros is almost dead. He has skulls and it keeps being with Beetlejuice and never go to sleep. So Beetlejuice is camping there. I cannot go down now. It's like in the intersection. Man, I can so fuck him up with a fucking insect glaive. Insect glaive in World is just too good. Great. Great. It's just there forever. It doesn't have skull anymore. I don't know if I can capture it like that. Like this. Okay. Aim. Oh, welcome back, Becca. Well, that could have taken 10 seconds, I think. I just had to go and fight Autogaren and Grey Gyros. Draken. It's kind of difficult to control how to do properly sometimes. I always want to do the big tree hits backwards, but it's just so hard to do. Oh, Autogaren Gem! Okay, okay. That 2 deaths wasn't that bad. Also, almost a beautiful 30 minutes. Almost. And steal the meat. I love meat. Scarlet Foe. Hi. Scarlet, that's Foe, right?
相棒、そろそろ生態研究所に行ってみませんか？
Welcome. Hope you're doing good. Speak to Commander. It's in the Coral Highlands?
相棒、クエストを受注してください。例の痕跡の主は目の前ですよ。
Oh, are we fighting Pink Radiant? Old world monster in the new world? So we're playing Master of the World and had to come and watch? Oh, yeah, World is great. I'm just sort of like revisiting World with a new character. It feels nice. And it's kind of just a it's just a hunting horn run because I've been missing out. Before the first time I played Monster Hunter, I've been playing all melee weapons other than Hunting Horn. And then now, after playing Rise and Wild, Hunting Horn is great. And then playing back this Hunting Horn, feels like I've been missing out. I don't know if it's Pink Radiant, but I'm doing this. I'm bringing that just in case. And this, yeah. Right. Oh, I have an egg. I'm slowly seeing why I can spend 1300 hours on World, but not Rise and Wilds. Oh. That's hard to get. We don't need Demon Drag armor skin for now, it's fine. We're only like very early on of the game. Nice. Kitty is so cool. Alright, now we can go. You know, I probably should have upgraded my armor, but... Nah. Nah. Nah, I don't need to. I don't have the money. Oh, sniper. It is pink radiant. Okay, I'm glad I brought the herbal medicine. Oh no, kitty. That shot is cool as fuck. Right, here we go. Look at that hit. No, okay. I'm just gonna do some buffs here. Ooh, corner, corner. We take those. Take ammo. Oh my god, spaghetti, I cannot see anything. I didn't mean to like do a Superman dive. That was a nasty dodge. We take those. Speed. Anyway. Oh. I don't mind fighting 2 monsters at once. It saves me the trouble. I didn't know or rather forget the SOS in until I fought Velkana. I never really use SOS because I don't feel comfortable playing with random hunters. I'm just scared. I don't know why. I feel I'm gonna be such a huge burden because I'm so bad at the game back then. And then people are gonna hate me if I keep dying, you know. Ooh. Stun? Yeah. That was an unfortunate 2 combo. Instant, unfortunate. Like even now, I'm at the verge of dying so many times. I would feel terrible if I eat through the faint number count. Yeah, faint count. That's the word, I think. You know what? Might as well. Let's go find the Legiana. Yeah, they're both together again. Might one too many. They're not gonna run away. They're both gonna be together. Oh, now 3 of them. Oh, I'm out of earplugs. Oh, nice. We take those. Oh, I just noticed. Nice paparazzi. Ooh, that really hurt. Ooh. Oh my god, chill. Oh, Legiana went away. I kind of want to chase Legiana first because this is the quest monster. Legiana went up. Okay. Yeah, Gippy. Bye bye. I guess if I go there, I could lure them to be together again. In old games, I cannot have them together because they will never aim at each other. But in World, like, it started from World where I can handle 2 monsters at once. Because they sometimes fight each other and then I have chance to, like, attack both of them. But then at the old games, they just fucking aim at you forever. And they don't flinch, they don't really flinch each other, I'm pretty sure. Double. That's guaranteed. I think we broke the tail. That's kind of weird. I never really aimed at the tail. Oh, we broke the head as well. Nice. That's the back. Oh, nice. I couldn't roll. Oh, I didn't roll. I couldn't roll, plus I didn't roll. Hiya. Kinda surprised they're not together anymore. Hi, Lupo. That was instant. Oh, Blue Boy's doing it. I need to get the health recovery. I think that's a wing broken. Hunting horn is so cool. When hunting horn works, it's so cool. I think today I'll buy my plane tickets to China. Did they go in December? Ooh, heck yeah! To China like a vacation? How long do you plan to stay there? Got him. Go to a furry convention, then do some tourism. Oh, I didn't know there's a furry convention in China around December. Although I never really look into like any like if there's any furry convention anywhere. I only know the one in Malaysia. Even then, I already missed a few. But then I'm pretty sure I cannot go to any conventions these few years, so I'll just stay quiet. I will be the closet for now. But yeah, hope you had fun. If you do buy the plane tickets, hope you had fun in China with the furry convention. Heck yeah. Alright, let's go fight that pink Radiant. I just won against a high-ranked Legiana, by the way. That was weird. Couldn't win against Beetlejuice, but won against Legiana. Alright, here we go. Oh, it's you. You change. Or was it only master rank that you do that? Oh, dead zone. forgot how this thing has no recovery on everything. Honk honk. It is held in Shanghai, quite big as far as I know, maybe like 5k plus attendees. Oh my god. I also feel terrified going to furry conventions that big. But that's just me, of course. Maybe? Yeah, that was right in front. Nice. I think there's no more flash from it. Oh, can you still flash? Many shiny. Alright, might as well. I feel like it's almost already... Oh. Oh, you can still flash. I scared already because the language, my Chinese is getting there, but some ladies have an interesting accent sometimes. Yeah, in China, that's like a lot of sub-Chinese going on, so that's very understandable. And there's sub-Chinese even I cannot understand. I mean, not saying that I'm like a I'm kind of a... Look, I'm Chinese, right? But I'm not China Chinese, I'm Malaysian Chinese. Oh! Oh my god, I just saw that. I don't think I'm fast enough unless it starts to attack me again. If this is your way of going back, I should be putting it here. Well, I try to lure you here as well. Yeah. It tried to run away again. Right. Oh, am I in combat? Alright, let's fight that pink freakin'. It's up there only. you jumping back up? Okay. I think that's a really bad idea while I'm trying to do that. Oh, already? Oh, the double bite. Is that Drula? Oh, it is. Whoa. I think we got the ring. Maybe do the wings this time. Oh. Oh, they're stunned by hitting head. I mean, we take those. Hunting Horn is great. Playing Hunting Horn is like I have to be more... be a little bit less aggressive in my playstyle in general. Playing Hunting Horn it's like an even more of a whiff punishing game. Which is nice, honestly. I kinda like it. Forgot about the second bite. Oh, I don't have a trap. No, do it again. Flying. Where's it going? That feels pretty high up, yeah. Alright, let's get the trap. Let's capture this pink Radian. Oh yeah, I can put traps here. I can put traps. Okay. Close enough. Wakey wakey. Oh, Legiana gem? Holy shit! And a Legiana plate? A plate and a gem and a radiant plate? Okay, I mean this character seems pretty lucky, as far as I can tell. High rank Safari? New upgrade level is not available for armor. My armor is level 1. I haven't upgraded my armor at all.
岡サンゴの大地でアシュが見つかるとはな。
アッシュが出現する条件なんてそう簡単には揃わない。学者先生たちも言ってたよ。
それにしても素晴らしい状態のアシュだ。よほど栄養豊富な地で育ったのだろう。そこなら心当たりがあるな。
Oh my god, it's Ryu!
大団長。
やっと帰ったか。
Ryu!
お前たちの活躍っぷりを見てたぞ。よくやったな。見ていたなら手伝ってくれてもよかっただろう。なーに、信じていたからな。
Ryu!
それより見てくれ。
Ooh, shiny?
これをどこで？あのでかい古竜を迎撃した場所からさらに奥地があった。そこにゴロゴロしてたぞ。
なんてすごい。強いエネルギーのようなものを感じますね。
やっぱりな。こいつは一連の事象に関係ありそうな。
Holy heckin' shiny!
今からそれを調査に行くぞ。誰か行きたいやつはいないか。おい、一番生きのいいのは。
Oh no, why us?
よーしお前たち、現地集合。あの回廊で待っているぞ。
My face is so blurred. Me?
頑張れ。
頑張れよ。
We're dead. What do you mean, buddy? We're so dumbfounded. It's like, huh? What? Huh? Me?
ひとまず探索で地脈回廊に行きましょうか。遅刻厳禁だそうですし。
I should be able to make some new hunting horn.
どうよ。頼んだぞ。
Oh, nice.
派手に行こうか。
Grand Gaja Whisker. Oh.
面白くなってきた。
Triple Ancient Forest? That's actually pretty lucky. No, I'm not really doing any investigation, so let's just remove that one. It's fine. Thick summoner jelly. Thick? Hmm. Oh. Oh, ancient catalysts. They're like the bigger ones. I forgot to get more slots for the farm. Maybe it's from some optional quest. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Alright, let's go check some equipment. Maybe I can make some new equipment with the things that I just hunted not too long ago. Those were all high ranks? I don't know. I haven't really been hunting one single monster for like 5-6 times so that I can make the armor. So it might be a little bit hard.
じゃよろしく。
Windproof 2 Specialist? Poison even extender. Ice attack, event window, divine blessing. Ooh. Am I wearing low rank armor still? Wait, I'm wearing low rank armor. No wonder it hurts so much. Oh wait, no, I'm not wearing low rank armor, I'm wearing this one. But I had a low rank armor, I forgot. No, yeah, I mean 46 is pretty strong. I guess we can ignore armor for now. Hmm. 588 with poison. I think poison for early game is pretty good. Yeah, let's upgrade the one that I had. This one. I'm gonna assume Toxin Sac is from high rank bouquet. Yeah. This one goes to Heart Bonehorn and it can go even higher. hidden element though. Not a big fan. Yeah, I guess our armor is fine actually. Like 46 per armor piece is really heckin' high. It's time to eat. I also need to check the time. It's already 4? Shit. Monster Hunter World. It's where the time flies and I feel nothing. Shit, I might go for like maybe 1 or 2 more hunts and then call it a day, because I have hitting balls sports tonight. Oh, expedition. I'm gonna need ration. I built a ration. Okay, good. Right, here we go. New place.
よし来たな。遅刻もなし。
あそこはゾラマグダラオスを海に導いた場所ですね。
そうだ。さあ行くぞ。こっちだ。おっと、遅くなったな。俺が調査団の大団長だ。まあ、采配のほとんどをあいつに任せて好き勝手やっている。俺はとあるモンスターを追っていてな。偶然この先の場所を見つけたんだ。
とあるモンスターとは？
ネルギガンテだ。ゾラ・マグダラオスが海に消えた後、ネルギガンテも姿を消した。俺は奴の痕跡を追ってこの道を発見したんだ。ここはマグダラオスの影響でできた大地の隙間のようなものだ。
Free bug.
ネルギガンテは今どこに？
おそらくこの先にいる。よーし。
I was holding R1 this whole time.
すごい。地脈の流れがなんだか体中がざわざわしています。
そもそも地脈には膨大なエネルギーが満ちているからな。お前たちが相手した手強いモンスター、あいつらはこの先からやってきたんだろう。
この先に何が？
マグダラオスを追った調査団、奴を狙ったネルギガンテ。マグダラオスの訪れによって新大陸の何かが動き始めた。覚悟はいいな。ことが進み出したら泣いても笑ってもあとは終わらせるだけだ。
はい。
Come on, Ryu, you can walk faster, Ryu.
この先だ。
Can I run? Can I walk?
行きましょう。
すごいよな。
はい。
Oh yeah, there's no hot drink or
ここに
cold
は
drinks, I
さっ
think.
きの結晶がゴロゴロしてやがるんだ。
あんなに大きなものまで一体どうやって。
そいつはわからんが、あれの影響か。ここは命のエネルギーに満ちている。そのせいであらゆるモンスターどもがやたらと強い。
I cannot
大団
speak.
長ずっと気になっていたことがあ
I've
り
been
ます。
told by my director to not speak.
ゾラマグダラオスはどうして谷で眠らず回廊に迷い込んだんでしょうか。もしかしてこの地に惹かれて。
どうだろうな。だが手がかりはあるぞ。ネルギガンテだ。
ネルギガンテはいつもマグダラオスと共に現れました。その彼がここに来たのも何か理由があるのかもしれません。
奴だけじゃない。強いモンスターがこの地に集まり救っていることも確かだ。まずはそいつらの痕跡をたどれ。ここで何が起こっているのかを探り出すぞ。
はい。
そうと決まれば早速準備だ。
Ryu, my name is Ryu. I punch things until they're dead.
おっしゃ。そういうことだ。とにかく走って探して狩れ。
Wait, I remember. World has the best monster in the entire series. It's Dodogama. World has Dodogama. Oh my god, I forgot.
ありました。ネルギガンテの痕跡です。
Oh, I hate this one. It's the Crimson Chin. Here comes the Crimson Chin. Right, here we go. Ow. What? Holy pain. The why not dodge is it? I dodged into it. That far. I should be getting buff first. There we go. Okay, now we can fight properly. Oh wait, there is cool drink. What? Oh. Pretty sure I can break the chin, right? Yeah, I think I broke it. Everything's fine. This thing reaches so far. Oh. Nice. We take those. Uh-oh. Nice free item. That's too thick. Oh. Nice. It doesn't feel that bad. I just need to sort of anticipate where it's gonna stop and we should be good. Oh, that was not true. Ay, 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 ay. Oh my god. Oh, I don't have extended health recovery anymore. Oh. I might be dead here. No? Okay. Oh, I think that's the... Oh, that is the broken chin. Oh, I don't want to sleep. We take those. Okay, I'm not a big fan of Uragan fights. Like, why you decide to do this and it's just like... Heck yeah. Yeah, only when you get hit it will stop, so it's like, I broke something. Oh? Can I do it again? Oh my god, free! Guess I'll do it again. I'm just gonna try to stun them as much as possible. This thing sure has a lot of health. Okay. Unless it's like already almost dead, but because I'm in it, I'm in its like EP place. Gosh, it's kind of hard to say. I'm not too sure. Whoa. Yeah, there we go. It's gonna come back here, so I don't need to go anywhere. This is its EP place. Oh, I need to cite all monsters in Elder's Recess? Oh shit. I guess I already know about Dodogama. Dodogama is like perfect. Dodogama, Uragan. Azraetos is here as well, I think.
Kobo, 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 Kobo. Good girl.
Oh.
Oh, and also, Kobo, 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 Kobo. You're cute.
Wait. And I got Malzino? Oh my god. I'm putting my trap here. Wait. You gonna come here? You gonna come here? Oh. Of course you would do that. I have enough time. What?
You finally awake.
You're finally awake. Where's the Uragan material? Blasting net. Evidence of Nergi. I think Broken Rock is Dodogama.
ここにもネルギガンテの痕跡がありますね。いい調子です。
Nice, unknown skull. It's the best dragon. Look at that Dodogama. Oh my god. Oh my god, it looks so dumb. Why are you so perfect? Holy shit. I cannot believe I had to fight this thing in Monster Hunter World.
爆破やられ状態は油断禁物です。放置しておくと爆発してしまいますよ。
Ooh, what a snipe. I fought Soulless Dodogama. I don't even know what Dodogama's moveset is. Oh. Oh. I didn't see the Kachanaka. No. Great. Great. Can't believe I'm attacking a Dodogama. The roll. Gosh, the Dodogama is so adorable though. Look at this thing. My goodness. Ow. My leg hurts. something. Oh, Pickle! Oh my god, I forgot about Pickle. Oh, Yakey Beaky. I know if fighting Pickle is a good. Oh no, not the Dodokama. Oh no! Oh no! Are you gonna. Yeah. Well, never try, never know. Holy shit. More Dodogama. He just decides to stomp 3 times? How about the 4th? It kinda hurts, but it feels manageable. But I'm also not doing any damage against this thing. I mean, that's 353 damage. I don't know if I want to fight Devil Pickle, to be honest. Oh, free. Oh, there's lava sea off as well. Oh no, I forgot. Yeah, I recognize the footprint. Oh, it's almost dead. Okay. I want to capture that thing. I cannot kill that thing. I cannot kill Dodogoma ever. We all love Dodogoma. See, I think expedition is what makes me want to spend more time in world. I mean, sure, wild have that as well, but wild's expedition, the quote-unquote expedition is like hunt whatever, right? Same as this one. Oh, I didn't mean to. But there's just something missing in the ecosystem, or like the overworld gameplay of wilds. It's just missing something. I don't know what it is. I cannot exactly point my finger at it, but it feels like I get bored very quickly just by running around the place while playing Wilds. Look at this thing. Oh, Dodokoma is so perfect. There you go. Guess I'll give it a try. Fighting against a pickle? With my current outfit, I highly doubt that I can win, but I sure as hell can try. I have to make use of the crystals. Here's one that I can try. Hey, Dum Dum, I'm here. Is it coming? What? Oh my god, that instant tail swipe. That tail swipe is cancerous. Get the plane. There should be more. There you go. I can't believe I'm using environments now. Oh, I fucking Gachalaka, man. This is why I hate them so much. Oh, that hits. Fair enough. There should be one more. Again. Oh. Oh. Alright, wait. Any more flowers? That's guaranteed. I don't think any dodge can dodge that. Oh my god, that was so fast. What? I need this. Oh, Beetlejuice? That's some extra damage, I guess. Here comes my Star Wars music. In between them fighting, I'm gonna die. Alright, you do your thing. Wait. I'll make a break. Oh, nice. Good job. Keep fighting. I need that free materials. Thank you very much. Actually, I'll do this. Oh, fuck, I'm too late. Alright, everything's fine. Damn, mega potion? Hey, Kitty, do you have the good potion heals? Pickle's getting bombed? Yeah. If you're weak, just use the 2 strong monsters to fight against each other, and everything will be fine. Easy, simple. Oh, I'm gonna get sniped. Oh my god. I saw that from 10,000 miles away. I never use miles. Why do you like this? Terrifying, the angry picker is some minor assistance for the AC 130? AC 130? Air conditioner? Hi Ro. Alright, you keep doing that, I'm just gonna do this. What? I'm blind, let's go. Don't do it! Don't do it! Yeah, that's right. Bye-bye. Didn't it ever go down after that? Ooh. Right, they can say that. The tail swipe is diabolical, I'm telling you. Did I just dodge that? What the fuck? The bomber. No, don't hurt me. Owie. I don't know if I can win against this thing. I'm not doing any damage against this thing. Okay, you do that again, I'm staying on the ground. No? Okay, you're tired. Oh, the tail is too thick. I hate that tail swipe with a passion. Do it again. Let's go. Here comes the gacha fuck. Yeah, good job, gacha laka. They never provide anything good. Good job, gacha laka. Good job. Wasted my stun. Hate those Kacharaka things. Oh my god, no way. Health recovery forever. Okay, it's deceptive. And that breath attack is deceptive. It's actually just like a tiny hitbox, but it's just like the smoke makes it feels like it's like very chunky. Timing is tight though. No. I shouldn't have wake up there. Oh. I'm dootin'. I am so dootin'. What? I'm going in. I need the self-improvement. Okay, you know what? I'm going to Doot up a storm first before fighting you again. Okay. Hi, Sarah. Couple friend. We take those. We're gonna do all 3 buffs at once. Let's go. I'm greedy, I'm greedy, I'm greedy, I'm greedy. Yeah. Alright, asshat. Time for pain. I fought you for 69 years. I think you're close to having... I'm close to being... close to limping already, I think. Oh! Fucking... I hate that tail swipe, I hate that tail swipe. Do it again. All tail swipe comes in too, which is a lie in this game. Ooh. Oh, Sarah is doing it. Very old plane that dropped bombs on the enemy, just like Pikachu's drop bombs on players when you fight it. Oh. I'm not waking up. Haha. And I'm gonna doot. Back doot. I'm with all the doot. How are you doing? I'm doing pretty okay today. Heck yeah. Monster hunting has been really heckin' fun as well. I do hope Sarah is doing good. Ow! Oh. My support is here. My support is here. Oh. Pico ran away? I cannot believe it. Nah, I'm not fighting Pikachu just now. Are you... Oh, you're limping! Okay, okay. I cannot go back up here. Okay. It's doing okay, but been busy doing arts. Ooh. Sounds like a good kind of being busy. Oh. I also had like a sort of good news after so long of just like purely bad news this year. So today I feel pretty nice. Oh wait, I need 9 legs. What do you mean I'm in combat? There was 5 row in a row. Make it 6. Complex is doing good. Oh yeah? How am I still in combat? Help. There's 10,000 bugs around me. Good job, kitty, good job. Oh my god. Water moss deals so much damage? Okay, finally. Now we can go capture it. Go back to the camp. We have to capture the pickle on our first ever pickle encounter. This is my small level account, by the way. Like I restarted Monster Hunter World. Like a revisit. And it feels really nice. I'm okay, thanks. Waking up. Heck yeah. Hope nice EP was had. I also saw you were streaming when I was sleeping. I don't think I want to use... I'm gonna shoot like a pop. Okay, it's still... The second turf war in a row? Hacking dreams are still messed up, but EP was good mostly. Sorry about that. Messed up dreams is so scary, honestly. Oh yeah, speaking of dreams, I had a weird thought to myself this morning. I was like, I've been having a terrible year lately that I don't even have a chance of having a horny dream sometimes. I know it's a weird like segment to my thoughts and stuff, but it's just how I feel. Leave the locale soon, GG. I don't think it's leaving soon. It's already leaving. Unfortunate, but it is what it is. It doesn't want to go to sleep. Go, 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 go. Alright, bitch ass. I used the wrong thing. Hey, there's something here. No. That's right. Dum dum. I get it. Most of mine are weird, but I had a good holy dream Monday night, which was great. Heck yeah. Though sometimes... Oh, I can... My monster is too small, give me a second. Makes the next day and work a bit tough to get through? Oh yeah, it does. Alright, we're trying to sight every monster, right? I don't think I can win against Beetlejuice. Not with my current set. Because I'm just getting one set by the bomb. Like, one shot by the bomb. I'm on high rank armor. Without any upgrades. And I'm pretty sure I'm still on low rank hunting horn. I won against a Devil Joe. I won against a Pickle, which is a miracle. Oh yeah, there's probably lava Seoth here. There should be a cold drink around here. Yeah. Don't get hit by the bomb. Oh my god, it's so easy. I've been missing out with Hunting Horn, holy shit. Hunting Horn is amazing in World. In Rise, it's like dual blade but blunt. It's kind of funny. In Wilds, it's like a tad bit too strong in a good way. Yeah, in a good way actually. While Wild's Hunting Horn is actually what makes me want to play Hunting Horn in World. So, yeah. One more somewhere. Yeah. I hate Lava Seoth in this game. Well, I hate Lava Seoth in general. Don't you know lava kills you, me? Is it normal for people to look at lava and be like, ooh, I want to touch it? Cool. Nice, we found everything. I don't know if I want to fight against stupid fish. I'm not in the mood to. I don't wanna. Yeah, take that. 15 damage. Oh, it's Azraelatalos. Hi. I didn't think I'll see you at this point, to be honest. You roared at me, and now I'm stuck. You keep looking at me, and you roar at me again. You're forcing me in a fight. What the heck? Everything is so mean here. I wanna see Maltino. Too bad there's no Malzino in this game, but there is Malzino mod in this game, so at least that's something. I already forgot what Malzino. Yeah, Malzino. I forgot what Malzino armor set is. Shiny. Malzino is always with me? Yeah. Malzino can do that grapple attack to me anytime, any place. I need. And Kobo has a huge need. Look, Kobo is needy, okay? I'm needy these days. Let me see if I can unlock a campsite here. Nice. Honestly, a mood too? Yeah. The vampire deck? The vampire deck. Love that boy too, don't blame Tira. Yeah, Malsino is just... Yeah. Two new... nice. Wild chicken? Delivering Dragon Vein Amber. Delivering Dragon Vein Amber gives wild chicken? Yoroshiku tanamu. The investigation open. Jovial Scholar? Oh, can we... Can we go Iceborne already? Oh, it's the pickle. It's the pickle quest. I already killed the pickle or captured one. Nice. Find pickle tracks. Oh, it's already complete. I'm so good. Oh my god, I'm the best. I'm the coolest. I'm the best. I'm Shadow the Hedgehog. I cannot. Special assignment. Should I upgrade my armor? Do I need to upgrade my armor? I have hunting horn. My hunting horn seems pretty strong. I don't think I need to upgrade my armor. I already won. Okay, look, I just cannot go against Beetlejuice because the bomb is too painful. Oh no. Tobikadachi plus Datura Insect. Devil Maestro. Can I make that? No. Oh my god, how much do I need? can go until here. Huge damage, not a lot of sharpness. Gamma horn. Oh, Dodo Gamma's here. Oh my god. Though I could use Defender, but it's way too strong, so I'm not gonna. What's the melody? Health recovery L, earplug L, extended health recovery, speed boost and evade window. Literally all the best ones are here. I mean, Defender is really good. Fortissimo. Great break, great bagpipe. Kurututa? Dancing Devil. Coral Chord Maker. Queen Chord Maker. I need a hunt more low rank Radiant? And like this pink horn, look at this. Looks very bonkable as well. It looks like a very bonkable hunting horn, no? I like it. Well, before I end the stream, I did this one more quest. Let me get that toxin sack so that I can upgrade my hunting horn. Let's go. Let's go hunt a Puke. Ayo, I want kitty. The best meal prep in the game or in the series. Nice. Oh wait, maybe the second best. I forgot about Grandmama Kitty. Wait, I'm fighting against Puke. Actually, let me see if there's like an investigation of like high rank Puke. No. Unfortunate. It's fine. I think there's like an optional quest. Zora Makilaros? I literally don't care about Zora. It's the shittiest quest ever. Yeah, let's fight this one. Special Arena might be hard because I don't know when I can capture it. It has to be like gut feeling. I'm gonna get as much tries as possible then. That should be good. Let's hope I don't kill it. I mean, I could just kill it, but I want to capture. It gives more items. Right, here we go. This one should be a shorter quest because it's just like a special arena quest. Oh. Nice. No. No, I'm gonna ignore that. Ignoring poison? Como likes to live dangerously. There we go. Yay. Hunting horn is so cool. I feel like it's almost there. Earplug says no. How about this? Maybe I can try the trap? Oh, it's over there. I see it. This one, right? But how do I lure it there? Oh. I don't know what it's doing. It's doing something. That was too short of a move. I cannot do it on my own. Alright, do some more damage, I think. It doesn't help if I whip everything. Let's try now. I feel like it's getting really close. Yeah. I feel like it's getting really close. I don't know if I want to capture it or not. Better try than kill it, you know. It's like the gut feeling it's there. Can't help it. Nice. My friend is offering me a ride. Oh my goodness. Holy shit. Do I want to ride? I mean, it would be nice.
ネルギガンテの痕跡調査まだまだ十分ではありませんね
I didn't... You know what? I didn't see if I get toxin sac. Let's go check. I have to end the stream soon anyway. Because I have to go hit balls tonight. I need to eat a light dinner and then we go hit... And then I'm gonna go hit balls. No toxin sac? One? Okay, fine. It's okay. Alright. I had fun. I hunted for almost 6 hours today. And it felt like it was just 2 hours. The power of Monster Hunter World, I guess. It's just that good. I don't understand, but it's really fun. Right? Monster Hunter World is just something that... It's a game where I can keep going, you know? It's like... It's not like I hunted for a bit and then be like, oh, I'm tired. Monster Hunter World is like... a good amount of hunts and a good amount of downtime. It's never too much. It's hard to explain, but I don't know how, but Monster Hunter nailed it. World nailed it. Oh my god, chat. Oh my god, chat. We're gonna raid to another kobold. I'm gonna raid to Lucy. Oh my god. Of course I'm gonna raid to Lucy. Lucy is so amazing, honestly. I really love lurking in her channel. She's amazing. And honestly, she's a sweetheart. If you like purple kobolds, I'm sure you'll like Lucy as well. Right, let me plot my things real quick. I have coffee. And coffee helps. Coffee good. Coffee nice. Coffee helps a lot, right? I'll let Bernie talk about it as well. Hey, Bernie. Tell them, Bernie, tell them.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Wow. Thank you, Bernie. And I also have a Discord channel. Boom. Discord boop boop, but Discord is the only place where I announce my stream stuff, right? And there's also a Dragon Sipping Corner because I love dragons a lot. Dragons are nice. We love dragons. I love dragons. You all love dragons. We all love dragons. But yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Let me do the raid message as well. I know Lucy is also a kobold, but I want uppies. No one can stop me from getting uppies. Alright, let me type in to Lucy. I'm kinda speed running this a little bit because it's getting kinda late. So cool. Okay, there we go. I typed in the raid. I think tomorrow we play a little bit of game, and then we're going to play Raft with Brecky and Zeus. So heck yeah. And then on Saturday I'll be playing more Phasmophobia with Ixen. So yeah. Heck yeah. And Sunday I really want to do some art, so I'll try to make myself do art. I need to, so I'll try my best. Kobo will try her best, okay? Yeah. Before the raid though, and Kobo wants to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also know that in case our heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. And Kobo loves you all, right? And here comes the raid to Lucy, the kobold. Yeah. Wow. A purple kobold raiding to another purple kobold? Oh my goodness. I cannot believe it. It's real. And kobolds are real. Holy hecky. I suddenly feel hunger. I still gonna have a light dinner. I cannot eat too much because sports, and of course ketone is bad. Anyways, I'm gonna press the rate now button. So yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care, everyone. Kobo loves y'all. Bye bye. Take care. Love y'all.